Hey, guess who's late? It's me. I'm back. And like 5 hours after target time. Man. Yeah, it turns out getting to sleep at like 9 a.m., 9:30, somewhere in there. It's also I haven't been feeling the most comfortable recently. My back has been rebelling. I need to get on the treadmill or something. To sleep as possible. Oh man. But yeah, so I hope everyone in Europe is having a good night because it is probably ass o'clock over there. Um, but yeah, hope all of them are sleeping well right now. Anyway, but yeah, so today, as it turns out, the Stanley Parabola released, aka Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Oh man. I mean, yeah, it's a video game. When was the original release on Steam? The original Steam release. Stanley. That have been, yeah, 2013. So this is a video game that is. And then of course there was the mod version over a year ago. I'm sure of it. Yeah, over a year ago, considering there's an achievement that requires you to not play the game for 5 years. Or was it 3 years? And I have that achievement, so. But yeah, so. Let's just set up the volume here real quick. I'm taking a guess at what the volume should be. I think leaving it at 30 is going to be okay. But we will have to see. Everything properly achieve it. Oh man. But yeah. So further ado, video game. Gonna move you up here. It is being showed on screen. That's good. Please enter the current time. So it tells you to do this when you first load up the game, and on apparently subsequent plays, I noticed because I had to restart the game at one point to properly set the resolution. And it kind of yells at you if you just put in the default time. How close are we to 90? Well, there we go. Great, you set the actual time, not just 12. Man, I thought you weren't taking all this seriously, but you've proven me wrong. Of course, I guess I have no way of knowing whether 8:19 is even the correct time. Heck, for all I know, it could be 12 right now. Tell you what, we'll use another slider to get to the bottom of this. How accurate is 8:19? About that much. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning a lot about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let's whip up a couple new ones. They'll be ready next time you boot up the game. Oh boy. Less accurate that time has passed. Alright. Look, it's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Look, it's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. There it is. Yeah, so I think I would have the settings relatively okay. Notably, when I set it down to windowed mode, for Resolution, it had res by res, and it couldn't be adjusted. So I had to restart the game for that. Yeah. Yeah, so the narrator should, in theory, be at least decently audible. One-handed walking. Oh, yeah. Of course, there's also accessibility options. Yeah, let us begin the game. Also, yeah, for anyone who wasn't here the exact moment the stream started, twice in a row, yeah, we're still at 480p because my internet apparently can't handle anything anymore. I'm gonna have to what's up with that or something. Anyway, the end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I can't believe we didn't get the TikTok narrator.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I wonder if, no, that's just a different time. Alright. I'm not sure if you can actually do that one there, but...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I want to turn off this monitor. I know you could in the original. Not sure if you're able to get close enough to it. No legs. Yeah, so Stanley Parable is, you know, mainly just about the narrator and going about and doing stuff. Go along and make choices. Yeah, I guess you can't do some of the special things on your first go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But did he, though? These lights are out. Huh.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Also, still dropping frames. Very nice, very nice. Gotta love this office that just leads into a... kind of just basically a back alley.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Drinking, alright. I wonder how many of these assets are this... Because wasn't this remade in...
Yes.
In
Really worth it being here in the
a
room.
different ensign.
A room so utterly captivating
Heard
that
tale of
even though
that.
all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
You can bind Krauts, but it doesn't do anything. Nor does the jump button do anything. But you do
At
get
this
an achievement for that.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Aha! I'm up on the stair now. You can't stop me.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I can possibly plant, but I'm scared I'll get stuck. Oh, yeah, I can. I live up here now. Yeah, because if it didn't have collision and I fell back there, that could have been...
But at last, he'd had enough of the
dangerous.
amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
That's a cool room over there. Well, anyway. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There's a second... Is that a second door? Yeah? Or... Yeah, I guess it was. Something in that room now. Key card. Coffee. Misuse of cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off, 5,000. Will cause deaths. Actually, wasn't there I could have sworn there was a save feature. At least, yeah, I'm pretty sure there was before.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I realize why I'm not able to use things. It didn't remember me setting my control back to F. There we go. Now I can press the button and it makes the button sound. Actually, that's probably why the crouch doesn't work either. Yeah, it's on left control, not left alt. Yeah. Yeah.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
This is red, right?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, hello, lamp. The very audible lamp.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I love the sound anyways.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
I can't believe this unfixed section of the map has Z fighting.
For you. Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh man, leaderboard. Yo, there's awards? Oh no, Dead Rat is offline. You are objectively ranked. 9,328 out of 9,328 players. Why not ask from friends for help? Oh. Dang, dude. Anyway.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
Yeah, so this entire
a lovely opportunity to give it
story
some
section seems to be mostly the same.
It, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
In fact, I'm gonna be real. This is actually like the first thing I got
the baby
in.
crawls left towards danger. You click the button.
First thing I got, like when I first played the game.
If it reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
All right, well, here we go.
On your experience.
I love the button sound. Well, anyways.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely
Oh no, now it's a
me?
ghost.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might
I think the
improve
buttons
experience for
actually
me.
stopped
I'm not
glowing.
even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
Is my computer struggling?
Yes. This seems like it'll work.
Hold on. I'm noticing, OBS is stuttering a little with these things.
Let's give it a shot. Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it.
Yeah, this
What
is
a fascinating
Firewatch.
venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I can't believe there'd be Z fight. Yeah, so in the original, in the original Steam release, this was Minecraft, actually. but I guess they couldn't get rights for that or wanted to change things up. Either one. Doesn't look like it. Or was it? Yeah, it was first Portal 2, or it was first Minecraft, then Portal 2. Or Portal 1, actually, I'm pretty sure.
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
Rocket League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, man.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay, bye. Well, anyway.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much...
Uh. 509. What could this be? It's like some kind of source mod. Hmm. Two doors. Four, 2, 7. What do you mean I can't press keys on the keyboard? Oh. Yeah, and that's the end of that.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
The end is never. Okay, so I'm gonna turn down quality profile, maybe turn off anti-aliasing. Alright. 427. Yeah, so that literally was just the old map of Stanley Parable. The original source mod. Anyway.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Alright, good.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
One thing. Yeah. And yeah, you know, you straight up cannot open that door anymore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Heh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, right.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Duh.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Alright, I guess we're sitting in the spot forever. Oh yeah. Heck yeah. That was a sort forever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
Oh,
to the meeting.
you know where to.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
Get
co-workers.
to the other one. Oh, not really.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Okay, missing racks in there.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Remember in the original version, if you got like an alternate pass, like an alternate hallway here, you could actually soft lock.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Wow. Look at this room. It's like the 417th room. I think he had one more thing, but maybe that was just for standing still.
Ah, no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll see what's over this way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I've gotten myself stuck in this corner. Nice. I've done it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So I get
Stanley
for screwing
decided
with
to go to the
doors.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Anything else for this?
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be. Ah, no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Play today's unfinished items. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Who moved my desk? Everyone is unique. Number of slides on this slide. Rate of which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts, please, I beg. Stop.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This is our new home, fellas.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Can't believe that this rope hose is clipping through this.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I remember that text was colored in the original. It was just in hot pink.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Damn, you figured it
In a
out.
situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Alright, we did it. We got the broom closet ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And the keyboard to the birds. Yeah, you're able to, like, open the doors in weird ways. To be Ritz, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it Ritz? What a life it would be if I had to pick just one. Extreme bathrooms. I love mirrors in video games. What's computer and this thing? Oh no. Yeah, I love Bloom. I also love having the entire song in my right ear. Oh yeah. I love point sounds. Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere. Or at least, you know, it hasn't in the previous version. Fancy ray traced sounds.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Good news, I just spilled water on myself. Nice.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I do have sort of a towel here, but... Yeah, because I have a stack of napkins that I've just kind of had. Yeah. That there. That'll probably work itself out. That things always happen when my numbers are on screen. Alright. Oh, really convenient this opened for us. We would have never been able to figure out that it was 2845. Anything back here? Oh. The area does seem darker than the original. Up or down arrow? Yeah, opening by itself.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Stanley peculiarity.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Nope. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm glad you can still do that. You can also fall off. Maybe that does something. Who knows? That could be a thing that could be considered. Oh, you can also get up here, too.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I'll come back and jump off later.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yeah, sort of looks like his office. From this distant view.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Boop, boop. Good news, I can get up here. Yeah, you do seem to be able to climb up on a lot more things.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Okay. I love the sound.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange
Stanley
building
Parable
hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer
Who would make a
anyone
door
tell
like
him what to
this?
show, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt
Oh no, I'm being abducted into cutscene, oh no.
the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And now Stanley is in control of his own life, as dictated by the narrator. I did it, I beat the game.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Hey, that said only a matter of time, not just a matter of time. Z. Alright, found one of those. Yeah, what if anyone ever got that ending and never touched it again? New content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well, I kind of blocked that off, though, by opening this up. Now we actually just play Portal 2.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
More
delighting
game.
audiences
Finally.
the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
And then this leads us to the baby game again. I like the luminescent papers.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Oh gosh, what side it's gonna be?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
It's gonna be the same offices.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Finally, the jump button is real. Oh, we're out. Well, I like the low quality 0.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Catwalk and normal office.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievements, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh no, they're gonna get
It's my fault,
cancelled.
Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Wow, this new content's great. Aw. This is different. There were alternative offices, but this was not one of them. Hey, here's your office. Here it is. Here's the, that first bit.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
I don't know. Sounds like a rather suspicious thing to do. I just hate my boss. Oh, you can't uncrouch anyways in here. Thought the mug said my boobs.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh man. Hold on, I need to shove myself into the corners. This is important. Where there's a gap here. Yeah, literally a tear moved out of the way. Ah, I love light mapping. Alright, fine.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I just want to immediately slam the door and walk away.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Hey, this is a door. It doesn't do the door thing. Yeah, I was wondering if it ever got a physical release, but I guess collector's thing makes sense. Yeah, Brace is like one of the generic trophy models, but they slapped Stanley Parable on it. Buy on Steam. Yeah, technically, I did immediately find new content by going the route where you never listen to the guy. Ah, yes. The $1 bill. The thing I remember most from the Stanley Parable. Smile because it happened. Demonstration. Don't play for 5 years. Yeah, it was 5. Story, debut game, game innovation. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Yo, designer hat? But a small creature owns the other half. Oh no! Aww. Rest in peace, little Stanley. I can't believe this is just Firewatts now.
Je suis dans la
Hello, ma'am. Design Museum Design of the Year.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art,
God,
Stanley
scams.
Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
But it has the jump circle, though. Person of the Year. We'll never know who that figure. Oh, here is Hammer. Everyone's favorite map editor. Although I'm not liking these red frames I'm getting.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Cable carpet
The
textures.
Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of
Source
choice in
SDK.
games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just
Yes,
needed to be
Jules.
left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Well, that's the door that opened. Serious Room 2013. Ah, the review doesn't have collision. I see. Hey, was I able to... Yeah, you're sort of able to see outside there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Cold drinks! Yeah.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Now we're Left 4 Dead. Can't believe we're on Last Stand, first level. I'm doing it, I'm... Oh, I can uncrouch in this. You're forklift certified. What do you mean I can't climb the step ladder?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Do we tell him?
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Right, please. Here's the cross.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
There it is.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, Then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Repeat it.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review
anymore,
so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
I took a screenshot there, and it seemed to skip
Ultra Deluxe.
or repeat.
Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity.
Oh, it just did that by itself.
The phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Yeah, it was like
It's
1:30
not
on this.
unendurable by any means, but well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say
there a
goodbye
door?
to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
I mean, if you
I'll take
remove that...
anything. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Alright, so how was everyone's day? Not so while waiting for him. Ah, gee, it's 9:30. Gosh, how to be so late? It's like I started late, and I've only actually been streaming for an hour and a half. And normally with that kind of thing, you'd have like, you know, a big vent hole behind that, but... well, unfortunately, I don't have a jump circle. See, here's the thing. Is that, there could be... you could probably wait... yeah, it's either like there's nothing that comes up, or you have to wait like, I don't know, 4 hours. You know, considering there was also the baby game. The baby game also exists. I mean, realistically, you could probably actually just leave the game on, like, or just have, like, the game running in the background anyways. Just, like, do something else for several hours. I feel like there's probably something, but...
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetuous.
Not even things people have actually said. It's just things I imagine.
I can't help myself. I can't stop myself.
Not even real things.
With a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me again. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Yeah.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground.
No.
One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, but if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
So I have to water with my...
Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
AC's running fine.
That I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Ah. Alright, well, goodbye, narrator.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year.
Oh, this is,
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time.
Oh no, Clock is dead too.
Months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Darkness. Oh, okay. So, year? Trying to see if we can use from the back. I think the narrator is no longer with us. Rip. Well, that's what the sound is, sliding back out. Someone's got to change the battery. Damn, that battery lasted a good while. Clock, no! Who did this? I'm awake, I'm awake.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me.
And it only took you
their psychological being
a decade to figure out.
And my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review.
I like how despite everything, this button is the only thing that works. I mean, I guess the button does stay depressed the entire time. I heard a drippy drop. It hangs just like...
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He said to sing.
Never the end, is 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 never
Uh-oh,
the end,
that doesn't seem good.
never the end, is 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 never.
That's going to become a problem. Ah, lovely. Oh no, stepladder! Oh no, I never thought the stepladder would go. Yeah, this place is mostly still standing. At least I have the bucket I can stand on. At least that's still there. Ah, boop. Eh. That looks nice. Now, if only the narrator was like, yo, there's a hole in the ceiling, we can leave. We don't have to press the funny button anymore. Oh well. Plant. Nature is healing. Oh. Oh, never mind. Never mind, we've had the apocalypse. Can't believe this is a horror game all along. I don't see any more immediate... Well, I mean, I guess... Oh, we'll wait to find out. That's... I love the void. No, Button! You are my only friend! Oh. Yeah. No, come back to me! No! Fine. Ah. Well, we're free at a slight cost, but sorry, I just noticed the texture looping. Alright. Did I see something there? Alright, new content. New content 1 defeated.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Heh. I don't remember where the, where those were.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I think it might be later, the input. I think it's actually the one up near the, new content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Man, I wish I hadn't blocked this off that first time. I wanted to see if I could step around that. That door? No. Okay, we skip right to the end.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh man.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few
427.
minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in
New
so
mug!
many different directions.
Yo, new mug just dropped!
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Sorry, I briefly stepped up on this table and now I need to... Oh. Got a MacBook here. Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable
Taste the
2,
sequel.
now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term
Fake door.
franchising potential.
Sticky notes. Fake Door the sequel. Off painting K.Targa. Off painting D.Targa. This fast forward button already. Or the skip button. They're back. 2 doors. 2. Oh, it's like one of those dancing letters. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Cool red section of the art. One, two. Yeah, that's how that works. I love the red side of my brain. The Stanley Parable. 2 red rectangles. Which, I mean, good work, actually, for a thing, considering you had the thing about the 2 doors.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look
Sure.
at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy mess.
Who took the
than
red
anything
marker?
Scientific or
Me.
logical, really.
Where's the start? Stanley Parable is a prequel to the Stanley Parable 2, is a prequel to the Stanley Parable, is a sequel to the... okay. Two. There we go. No, I want to go this way. New features. Here's the new content bus. Get over here. New. And right now it's 2 degrees Celsius, partly cloudy. Even the weather knows.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Hear your name in the game. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the
Real door.
first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I don't seem the small button. Oh.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel
I don't need to be
equal?
Jim for that.
Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
It's your boy, Jim55.
Jim.
Oh,
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
And now that we have thoroughly Zimmed. I like how also this is just straight up the button they've like used already. Stole the fucking Zim button, they clipped it through the ground.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Please no screenshots. So of course I am pressing the funny screenshot button. Sween satyrs. The baby's all grown up. I'm so proud of him after I threw him into the fire. The dump circle! The infinite hole. It won't end.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Ah, good. I love the Z fighting. Also, damn. Yelnats.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Let's see.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday, it is.
I mean, it's a more, the more fitting one, I guess.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come,
oh no.
You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
This balloon got stuck forever. As balloons tend to do. Concrete. Here's the table model I can get up on. Oh yeah. Time to chillax. Kick up our feet and... Oh god, I don't have feet. I love light mapping. Surrounding area. Depths. Infinite. Are we at the infinite hole?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I don't think I want to do this one yet. What's down here, though? I mean, unless it's like Saudi and it actually isn't infinite. I went down to that door, though. I mean, I guess even like the zip button, or the name button wasn't entirely done either. So, yo, free and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. All right, Hold the lever. Receive your achievement. No more steps. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Pull me, please pull me. I think that's all it says. Oh.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Well, that was a sad area. Alright, let's check out the finite hole. Let us shove Stanley into this hole.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both...
Every pause button is a Roman numeral too.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly
Just the two of us who can make it if we try. Just
If
the
that
two
works
of
for
us.
you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Tons of cigarette butts. Yeah, the pinpoint at the very top.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Hole, 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 hole.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh.
The, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, here we are. Hello, hole. How's it going? This is the real content. Down we go. Eat him. It's him, Statler. I mean Stanley. Oh. Now it makes a lot more sense. You're Stanley, but upside down. Yo. Good.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things,
Focused
you
on
and I
the...
will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Ah. Fair enough. Alright, well, we got the
Here
whole
we are.
ending.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's go ahead and start this right here. I do like how this looks basically just like a friggin' you know, Gary's Mod ragdoll posed. Or I guess even like Source Filmmaker or whatever. Yeah. Noting the origins, of course. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, where? Finally, the Reassurance Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow
Bucket.
of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh man, I can observe the cube mapping. Very slightly. Back to the hole. Alright, well now that we have Bucket. That is obscuring a bit of the screen. That's where the hole was. This corner here. Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I did it! I can't actually go back in.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Can't get in there. Yeah, I'm imagining there aren't anymore, but there could be. There's the epilogue. What's E? That's a exit. I don't think I did. I think I did that one. Oh, there's a QR code. So I imagine is probably real. Maybe. In fact, I mean... yeah, Stanley Parable 2 website.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel?
Breakfast too?
It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it.
Finally. Alright. Yeah, almost 10-minute video. I noticed that bar wasn't moving very fast. Oh, I guess I'm stuck with the bucket. I think I recall seeing a screenshot of the bucket having some decals on it. So there might be a thing if you, don't take it immediately. You heard Zim in the game! Hold on a second. There we go. Five, this map. Mertz, okay, so that was across from Mertz. Okay, so that was across from Mertz, so that's next to there. That up there? I guess so. Not entirely tangible. wonder if you can collect that one. Let's have this as a big collectible. So it said this was exit, but I guess I'd have to come across from the other way. Well, we could definitely use it with the sprint button. Also, I can't believe the narrator accidentally created an open world area.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings World Championship. Ah, this is for the Settings World Champion, which I believe is an achievement for, screwing with every single thing and putting everything to every possible value. So I mean, I was gonna move it manually back, but yeah, for everything. I guess there's sliders here. Yeah. And we just can't hear anything. I mean, I guess I can also just start from 0 and go up, but
This
Here it comes. Oh, lad. Well. Oh no, there's more. The rabbit hole of menus. I'm actually curious how entirely that entails. I mean, I could always just leave them on. Yeah, it's labels on top of in-world text. I don't want to screw with these ones, though. Well. I don't think there was anything else. Again, unless I have to screw with the video settings, which I don't particularly care to do right now. There we go. Got it. Settings, World Champion. Excuse me, I'm the Settings World Champion.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting. Traveled to...
I'm gonna turn off the...
all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
This is roommates, this is for me. I did it. The Settings World Champion. Can I carry this? Can I carry my trophy instead of the bucket? But what if it's in the menu right now? Oh. Oh, I guess that's for, that's combined jump and interact. We did it. We have the bumpscosity. 1000 bumpscosity. Or bumpscosity, you know, either one. Epilogue. I guess that was all that was in here. Okay, exit's over here. There's the 2 again. About the hole. What's this about hole?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Try finger. New mug.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
All 2.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Got the 2 doors.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Oh, you can jump in the hole now.
This isn't a coherent
Nice.
video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Do we go back to the start? Well. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, so that's a wiggly hallway. Is this the music from, Firewatch area? Am I imagining things? Everything's red now. I think I can only handle 12 bumpscosity right now. Ooh, what's in the door? It's more hallway! Just what I always wanted.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
Balloons.
employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push.
I don't think there's
them,
physically a
and
camera
in
there.
order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every
Yeah, you are able to skip the
And
intro.
while others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Stanley Parable
Something that
2.
would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
I thought it
No
was
one had
actually-
showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
Okay,
happened.
well, someday.
This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Where is camera? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Oh no, the new content's gone.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Thank you, Bucket. Oh, think how many sodas we could fit into this.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
I like the blinds that are just a texture.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
It's okay, Bucket. You can go when you're ready. Oh, we can have some coffee. Coffee. Nut.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Aha! I love world portals. Yeah, at least you're able to open the door. Let's just take this unassuming screenshot. Yeah, in the original version, that would softlock you.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat.
What if you just broke open the... Also, yeah, the hideout of a hallway people would normally have to pass through.
Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name.
I don't have the key to drop it.
Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Wow, we walked through a hallway. We stopped in the hallway at near room 417, and then we took the door on the...
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies, easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Oh, that's the click from the, Alright, no more. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The feeling. Money's for stealing.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Money's for stealing was not yours, of course. That's a lovely purse. Who closed that? Oh, you don't have the input yet. What if I go... have an elevator ride with my bucket? Oh yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Piss.
Crushed
For
by
what
the
it
weight
was.
of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Ah, damn it. I was hoping to do it
Stanley
before.
guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanco Pops. I mean... Stumos.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
Oh, phew.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail.
All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator
I love
says.
light mapping.
I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly,
You still see
if we
the
accept the reality
place
of
up there.
things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Wait, Dad.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Dog mode.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story
It is very
in any way.
loud though. There doesn't seem to be a way to adjust it beyond getting this part.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Pumpscosity. Actually, I wonder. Clearly put dog mode under accessibility. Sorry, I only play my games if I can make dog sounds.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
That's where you got to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
But actually... Oh, what do you mean I can't slide down that?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
Oh.
place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's
Wait, the
what
entire
fans
Broom
want from
Closet's
the
here.
sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much
The
time on it.
fern.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
What if the music's as loud as I remember it being?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
A little more.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this
I can't
game
put it
can
in.
you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Owie. Bucket Destroyer, no!
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
We'll run out for the Bucket Destroyer.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Is he voting? I think this might be VSync not being on. Maybe I'll just do that. Alright. CZF. Thanks for Watts. Figurine Finders Committee. In the meeting room. Aha, there you are.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Trust the completionist instinct. How can we find them all? Bottom text. There's no memo from management. Who took pictures? Who took pictures of them? Who's providing? My employee 416. Red room? No, I don't think you want to go to the red room. Thank you. Good luck. There will be a reward for finding them all. Somewhere red and blue. Large room, lots of boxes. We have stairs. A private but smelly place for an important person. Use one plank to allow ease of access past fence. So a bridge to allow collection of shiny float. To Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need a plank. Assuming this is anything. I think the glass section of the table is new.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Aww.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
That was a hit for that. Hello? I guess it's raining out.
Stepping.
Oh no. Stepping. Alright, Bucket, it's just you and me. Finally, we can be in the broom closet without the narrator. Finally. So probably, I'd imagine, the warehouse, and then probably in the one. I guess the color correction is weird because of that one room. Actually, I think it's during this section where having the flip sing will screw up. Yeah, where if you have like the flipped hallway, it doesn't work right. You are now leaving. A red door? Well, it's not relevant immediately. Yeah, this is the entire door colored red. That's a flat color value. Alright. Escape pod, launch bay. That ending was always a little weird in the original. It's like, it looked like there was supposed to be an animation playing, but it, like, was covered up. Alright, well, here we go. Bucket. Oh, it's okay, Bucket. Goodbye. Well, anyway.
Just a light breeze of bumpscosity in here at the moment, not bad. I personally enjoy a bit more bumpscosity, but at this amount it's absolutely reasonable.
I mean, if you're gonna complain about it, here. Let's see. Goodbye.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where do I want to particularly go? I mean, I guess I could have also gone the other way for those.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh wait, actually, here? Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Thank you, calming New Age music.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, I thought that was like turning to look at me weirdly, but no. I was seeing the front face.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Actually, technically the bucket saved our fall.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
You know, actually, this is very safe. Like, a real person can slip through here.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally.
I can't believe this mind control facility isn't OSA approved.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off.
I kind of wanted to bring the bucket here, but I got sidetracked. And now the bucket's gone.
I have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that?
This door does
where
open,
your co-workers are.
but
a moment of solace before you're
close.
obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes
I don't remember this.
I simply let you sit there in your office room.
But normally this ending you can't really like do
and then
much.
dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing.
Yeah, there's normally like
Watching
nothing you
try
can
to
really
make
do
sense
for
of
this.
everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Is there even
My
a one?
goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen.
He says this
clicking on
even if you
every
don't
little
do
thing in this
anything.
room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
Oh, it's
But I'm
like
going to
little
destroy
symbols on
it
there.
first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley.
No.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I can't believe Stanley is gone forever. Why hello there, Stanley, too?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. The bucket's back. Replacement bucket.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting
Yeah,
room.
well,
go
someday.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Why do you get stuck in there? And if that's acknowledged by the video game. I mean, this is a very large room with a lot of boxes. Ooh.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Whose body was on the floor? Yeah, perfectly stable. New content, Pog. Where is this? Ah. I see someone has spilled their cassettes. A lot of cassettes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
Ah. Hello. I don't think the reels on the tape are turning. Well, anyway.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Maybe someday, Stanley. Oh, I didn't... Oh, well. What happens if I go there without the bucket? I'm curious.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room?
Meowing.
A connection between the two? Could a man
Hey, insane.
love a room?
Good morning.
I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
Welcome to the break room.
Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, the bucket does say in some
Stanley was so
things.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, that was a plank that was mentioned. One day, Chris's body will be retrieved.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
Also didn't
begun
get a chance to
from
look
so far
around
off the
last
beaten
time.
path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it...
Alright.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is
Time
all
to
your
wake up.
fault.
I didn't notice the tape labels. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Buttons. You can't even possibly hope to press all of them. Buttons. Alright. The sequel is now paused. Okay, now that's just there. If you can... You get both?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
No, okay. What have you...
But Stan...
You can sorta do it. But Stan.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
The end is never... where's that take? Does it take the bucket anywhere?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You could survive that. Probably not. Now, there was a thing with like a...
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Thing with red and blue
There's something
door?
up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Well, the narrator wasn't immediately ticked off that I dropped off. I wonder if you'll even get the blue and red door.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
Cargo.
a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Good.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Let's see.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I mean, yeah.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
But, well, what would it be? I mean, I guess it would otherwise not be a bucket.
One. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Oh. I can't believe buckets were
What
Thanos
happened?
snapped.
Is everything gone?
Oh no!
How did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Now know the truth.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Yeah, I do want to see if I can get that last collectible.
When
So I have
Stanley
to
came to a
not
set of
take
two
the bucket
open
with
This
me.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room.
What a room.
Va-va-voom. What a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's no way the world could otherwise hold all this information.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I don't remember there being a door here.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
This is my room now.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh yeah, there still is technically another ending I can get from here.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to
I love world
stop.
portals.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh man. God, it feels like my vision's blurring. Some of these effects are just so blurry. I love the seat of particles. The seat of dots used for these particles. It's not even a particularly good effect. Okay.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
This is probably where,
No, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Yeah, this is probably where, like, one of the content warnings would come in. That's a thing you can set.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
You know, as you might be able to guess.
No!
Owie, my legs.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Huh. Oh, little happy pixar. Next to the room where you kill yourself. Spoilers.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Red. God, my vision. Ah!
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Oh god, you can actually, like, lean off the leads a little bit. Clearly, if you crouch on it, you, like, gain momentum.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I think you move slower. I mean, there is more dialogue for the narrator for going back and forth, but...
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
Oh, my legs.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Alright, I'm die. Goodbye.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh no! My inputs! Hey, wait a minute.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Oh boy, we're getting close to the skip button again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. I'm not sure if you can come back to the memory zone, like on your own volition.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 of 6.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-stand? Can you remember?
Third one. I forget if I... Because I didn't go back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was Boss's office that I found the third one. Or, like, it'd be, like, in the back room.
Hey! That's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I didn't expect there'd be a quiz.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yeah, the pink room. The pink room was the Big Apple. 3 a.m.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
You can't jump off.
Enjoy.
Very good. It's mini stand number 5.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
They made a whole one for each. Yeah, they kind of would have to, because you can collect them in any order.
And then, Stanley, we came to the last collectible.
Yeah, we completely skipped the one under the stairs.
By the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike
I'm waiting
any
for him to
other,
realize there's more now.
except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, hold on, I went through the red door. There we go. Ah! I love being part of the Bends.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
Hey.
Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
What's the line here?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Collect all 999.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting
Yeah,
them.
well,
I'm very
Portal's probably
glad we
helped.
resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, I can see through the world. Oh no. Can't believe the ground wasn't entirely lined up. What if... Oh, I'm not allowed to go this way.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Same.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What happens if you don't pick them up here?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Can't believe I'm still out at Zumps.
Oh, yes, the two doors.
But we came in the wrong
Who
way,
could have
though.
Forgotten that. A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with.
I can't wait for
You
the
know
parable.
what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh boy!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Actually, I think it's like... Oh! Oh god, that's a different door, actually. Yeah, so there's actually two doors here. Just, you know... Yeah, and they both close at once. Okay, so I got the collectibles. Let's go... Let's go to the meeting room without Bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I need the bucket?
Yet there was not a
I think I
single
might have needed the
person there
bucket.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Now we have ordered 1 billion boxes.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
I guess there wasn't anything
Stanley
here.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I mean, we could do the normal ending with Bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I think last time I came down here with the bucket, I threw myself into the void, and we started a new life.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, but this is also the museum, so...
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward
and
into
the
a very
bucket.
painful death for each of them.
Good. I started the sound without actually going in.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Well, now he's gonna kick
Farewell,
the...
Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into
Even this lady.
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed
Look at the bucket's
violently
life.
to death.
But I thought we confirmed that Stanley was not a bucket.
Shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn and hear with you out into the world? Will you accept, with an open mind, what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? I mean, probably the latter, honestly, let's be real here, but...
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
25 buckets.
Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Finally, 25 buckets caught on camera. A book of the Inferno bucket, what's in the medieval era, was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war, so another for control of it. Billions died, and in spite of it all, simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Cave drawing. Well, I know buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been likely around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Gotta catch the water droplets. Damn, that's some hips you got there.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh hey, the infinite hole. It's there. It exists. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. My bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Owie. Well, I mean, I guess he told us not to reset the game, so I mean, I guess we're at... oh, never mind. Yeah. Boxes!
His co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
They're here.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, so normally that ending's about, you know, you can reset the game before Stanley dies. But there it's like... there it's like, you should kill yourself, you know. Do I want the bucket?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Boxes over there too. Excited to see. It doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah, no, there's one's over there. Thank you, Future Happiness Foundation.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
That seems mostly the same
so
far.
Occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
1, 2,
maybe I am
B4.
crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
To be.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly
But this is
wrong.
property of
Surely
Stanley.
no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Get a coffee mug.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
He was actually the bucket.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket.
If only.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life is ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
So she's Link from The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Hyat!
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I wonder if you come back here through the, that one ending where you come back through here, if the bucket will be here. Do I want to take it, though?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I was trying to get out.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind Control Felicity.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I'm being recorded. No way.
No! He screamed into the bucket.
Into the bucket.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Nah, Bucket has other ideas.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly.
Sir?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Ah.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Sir.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
All right.
Ah, quite a pleasant amount of bumpscosity we've got today, wouldn't you say? Very enjoyable. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
All right, let's
and
get the
entered
normal
door
ending
of
with
his
Bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code.
So, notably, when you come in here normally without Bucket, or at least in the original version, after a certain amount of times, the narrator will just go, yeah, go on with it, and just open the door as soon as you get in. I guess that doesn't happen with the Bucket for some reason. Maybe they already got the guy to record too many voice lines.
Through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It can only fit so much in a Nintendo 65 cartridge.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do?
Things unbecoming of a bucket.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy, or sad, or content.
Here's this funny red button that doesn't do anything.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
The evil bird surveillance
Excitedly,
machine.
the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Got the extra long hallway.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh yeah, what if that confused an ending at some point?
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Pass up there.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh boy.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Yeah, don't have
To
your arm
begin
any
the joke,
lower, though.
start
That could
by
be
stating and
problematic.
spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Donnie with the funny. I'm Donnie with the fun.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time
Oh
at all.
god, the one guy in the
Just
middle.
remember to let them stop laughing at some point,
top.
you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
And yes, this will be on the test.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah, this is the door we normally take. I remember in the original version, screwing around with console commands after I'd basically done everything and just like, you know, ent fire, exclamation picker open on like a lot of these doors.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Why did your door open behind me? So now here's where you're normally supposed to like follow his instructions, but since that whole thing was over there, I'm not sure. I mean, in the original ending, you got to do both of them anyways.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not...
You have to say you're Dunny with the funny. Jeez.
Pale with shame? Pale...
And where's your synopsis? God. Amateur.
Mental. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More.
Also, this ending makes even less sense without context of the original.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
It's my lucket. Oh no, my speedrun is in shambles. I got the long hallway again. Oh no.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
yeah, there wasn't
Stanley
even a door here before.
Calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay, we'll do this, and then
No,
we'll go do,
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the
Confusion.
meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I can't wait to pick up the phone, and then it turns into like Hotline
In here,
Miami.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, nice house. Oh no, I'm trapped. Ah, there's the bucket. It's me, your bucket. Press O.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location
can't stand on
to a
the chair
different
here.
location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. I can't turn this off. But I want to screw with people. Can't even do that. Unbelievable.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid
Cooking up
hunk
the
of
bucket.
metal.
Alright then.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me
That looks
anymore.
nice at night.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
See, the bucket is actually a better mate than most.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Oh, I can stand on that for a second. Press ooh.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
What are we gonna do on the bed?
Give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, bye, bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why
Right
would
is
I
wrong.
have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
10 out of 10, it's okay.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just
Close your eyes.
Back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll
happening in
just
that room?
restart the game from the
What's
beginning.
stairs with
And this time,
bright light?
suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
Yeah,
to go to
bucket's
the meeting
gone.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can't believe the bucket has been abducted.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Time to explore the back rooms. Oh, yeah. Good.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Heh.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
This is the part where Stanley gets kidnapped.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
I did it! Yeah!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Oh.
Oh, no.
No, it's not back there.
I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed
Stanley
the
Parable
help
2
of the
Adventure Line.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
What if I existed in here? Oh man. Someone's playing a video game. However, notably the on light on their computer isn't on, so that is just existing out of sheer force of will.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
1 second. Also, I love the space that exists between these two pillars.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
There's still some leaves there, bud.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, we found the story.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
But now it's just back to being the original. They may have not updated that for this scene.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want
Let's
our
just go
story
in
to
a
be?
infinite
Go
spiral.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
You, TM.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Hello, Mr. the Lion. Goodbye, Mr. the Lion. Or Mrs.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must
Missile
be a
knows where it is
reverse
because the
door
missile
that
knows where it
leads here.
isn't.
And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it
Clear the
really-
bucket decided this.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game
can
to
use
keep
this one. We can use
restarting.
this one.
I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know?
Yo, a bookstore,
Will
though.
someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I love the sound.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
Well, I recall there's an achievement for clicking on door 430.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No,
Yeah.
no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble
see.
cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes.
Oh,
most certainly.
that box in the
50
bottom
clicks.
left. Sir is phasing out.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. I didn't actually...
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
15 has to be down here.
Now, back to door number 437. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
419. Oh, that was in the other room.
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Oh.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, so this one I'm not particularly sure if there's anything else I should immediately go for. I think I've done everything, at least with the bucket. Yeah, aside from like new content, I don't think there would be anything else, or at least it doesn't immediately seem like it. Yeah, I got both endings there at the end. We got the museum. We got Rocket, or the escape pod. Got both things at the end of the lift room. And then also the ending there. Apparently there's only one there. Because you get stopped like before you get to the door of Soace.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, clearly this would be
This was not
convoluted.
the direct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill.
Oh, right, I forgot. I autopiloted.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it be?
Okay, it does turn off.
Stanley decided to go to the... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wonder if that means if you get that start, if you can actually
either.
just keep it
Feeling a wave of disbelief,
by just getting dog
Stanley
mode
decided
each
to
time.
go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I don't ever know. Money crisp. Yeah, does this open?
Here's the door.
Huh. Now it's a completely dark door. Yeah, I want to see the, this ending, if it's any different. Actually, wait, we had the alternative office, didn't we? I think, does that still work? That's certainly there. Yeah, let's go into, employee 416's place. I still wanted to see if I could get around that, but... Yeah, so we had the normal office, or we had the non-normal office before. You are now leaving. I remember hearing or reading that sometimes people would, like, see another employee through, like, a window. Not sure if that was real. Alright, yeah, so normally this ending, oh god, you can even, like, barely, like, see, like, the walls at the sides. The darkness. Yeah, so normally this ending just kind of, like, has, like, almost a black screen, except you can, like, see a little bit of, like, an explosion at the bottom. Here you get, nothing. I wonder. No, there's not a console. Well, how will I put in SVT1?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to go die in a pit.
When Stanley came to a set of two
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you
doors,
could even
he entered
get
the
to
door on his left.
the new content area.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Yeah, again, like, it's kind of weird that they didn't do it for the when you have the bucket.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I do.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
It does seem you're able to get over the other
To
side.
find out.
Turn these on first.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very secure about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more
Why are these-
content, more content, more. And I'm here to
I don't
give
think
it
these
to
have a
you.
platform.
I'm here to make it
above
seem
them.
like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special
Don't
you
tell
are.
anyone.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it.
Yeah.
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others.
Or a
So
bucket.
The thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I have
and Stanley knew it
one
perfectly
more
well.
thing I really want to
Perhaps
check.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So, doesn't seem to be any place to, any lower place to drop down.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The end is never
Stanley
the end.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, anything else I can immediately think of? I did not get test achievement, please ignore. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Well, unfortunately, it was Wednesday. Oh man, clearly we have to do Super Go Outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Clearly this is necessary to do right now. We could see... Oh right, we still have this menu. Yeah, so we could see... We could see in 10 years, yeah. I can't wait to be dead before I get the achievement. Oh boy. You gonna pop up on the stream there? Video game? You have to adjust the slider again. Until the dog and the cat are friends. Until the number becomes 9. And then it scales from like 5 to like 1 billion. Nine. Was that 9? God, Roman numerals are a thing. B. Oh, there is actually a 9 in here. I'm sorry, video game, you get the okay hand. Ooh, Ocuboincle or Scrumtus. I'd say sorta like here. Please don't adjust the slider. Yes. Yes. Oh, it is time anyways. No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yeah, probably. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? No. Yeah, so beyond like the welcome back.
All
It's
of
even
his
unlocked.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you even get back to the those areas. Reset my keys again. That is a thing that might need to be addressed. Video game does not respect your settings. I don't know why I set that actually, but credits. Alright, well here's credits. Here they are. See if there's anything more on the thing. Crows. Crows are sort of silly birds. Time is it? Does anyone truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't know each other. We're like strangers. Sir, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's what I do, like a day job. Now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. You don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time. But that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. Oh. You like being alone, do you? Oh. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. Still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Well, that's somewhere. Oh, epilogue. Epilogue. Many, many years later. I would normally put Krauts on left alt, but putting it on C means I can actually take screenshots while crouched. Because Alt F12 is apparently a thing. That's a gun. Ah! Music. Let's touch that down a little there. Little more. Every actual music track in this game is allowed to sing. Oh no, it's theirs. Moon. Purple. Oh no, we're inherently skipping. Oh, this is the, that's the entrance to the shrine. Or to the memory place. Oh, what's there? There's a generator out there. Ah. Dull, uninspired, and often insulted to its fan base. The bucket. Cat dog. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable. There we go. Sorry, I haven't been blogging too much. Snrath 3 protected post. Casual leaving the blog dead for 14 years. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. The site would just fucking shut down for basically no reason. That's been the trend. Also, I'm just reading this to myself, I guess. We had a visitor to the series, Blair was excited about. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Yo, get on the green! Real web. I love news sites that exist. Are those, cassettes?
Jim.
Finally, I can relive being Zim.
Jim. Stanley.
They made a second button. Oh, there's a thing over here.
Stanley.
Oh man. 19 out of 6, 20 out of 6. Oh, this is also the infinitely deep hole, except it's now diagonal. It's now like one of those pipes in Mario you get launched out of. In World. Some world. Oh, the deep computer screen. Hello again. Nice to see you. It's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. Not hard, in fact. Let me show you. Together, we're gonna make the Stanley Parable 3. Aw, yeah! Simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb substitute for a game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for a game. Ah, finally, the grilled hole puns. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. We'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change if you... Nothing will do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. Let's be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with the plan? I like it. I want you to have your say as well. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. You know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. CMMC is all fixed. See? I'm on your side. We're in this together. And keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. Let's keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Well, it's been a fair amount of time since you last asked me this, actually, but... How far are we till the next second? Oh. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's... 30 seconds off of it, I can wait. I'm out of water. Alright, any second now, I'll hit 1:44 a.m. and I'll immediately click OK. I'll just do that. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. You're playing the Stanley Parable 3, Grilled Hole Puns. Very good. Alright, I guess we're on to the Stanley Parable 3. Let's just...
This is the story.
Yeah. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I do wonder if the happy 12th birthday balloons can actually come up. Hello? You weren't there before. I did it again!
All of his
I wanted to go
co-workers were
behind the
gone.
door.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, that's gone. Oh, you little...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm not sure if it's possible.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Clearly I have to move
Stanley
diagonally.
decided to go to the meeting room.
'Cause I'm sure that's
Perhaps
still
he
the
had simply
mechanic.
missed a memo.
I'm sure they definitely... Being on a completely different ensign. I want to be over there. I want to be in the fancy blue room. Yeah, okay, so you actually can go to the expo hall. You have like one more shot.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, Lee.
Oh yeah, I never actually saw the wife in this. There's definitely endings I didn't get with without the bucket. What about that one? Wait a minute, I can just do those myself. It's getting kind of late. I mean, I haven't been streaming for that terribly long. But...
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly
Now, where's that skip
disappointing
button?
this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever...
For the first time
the
ever?
Stanley Parable
A Stanley
2.
Parable 2? What amazing things is in here?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
There we go.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
I have fixed the office. Oh, well.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video
Sorry,
game.
I'm attracted to
This
the
is, in
hole.
fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I guess I wonder if you teleport up.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you.
It's not a
I truly
pinpoint.
did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Yeah, probably.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily.
Yeah, you can
less
fall
and
down the
less
hole with
infinite.
no ill effects,
I
but the
suspect
flight of
that I'm
stairs
starting
kills
to
him.
hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
I mean, we are technically still on the surface.
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a... Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Yo, new mug! Meeting at 2 p.m. I don't know why I'm doing this again, but here I am. Yep, this is certainly a hole. Downwards we go. A whole new experience. God, is texture mapping. What other songs are there? It's drilling into the earth.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly
That was the
focused on the
texture for it
hole?
being cut away.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
This hole
Stay
together.
up, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Yeah, not their own music tracks. I did actually manage to flip through all the models. So noticed earlier with the one model that didn't actually have all the angles. So one was just an error model. But yeah, that's probably good. We have now finished Stanley Parable 3 Grilled Hole Puns. Honk honk. Yeah, maybe 76 bumpscosity. I'm gonna be real. We'll sit in the... Actually, no, they...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Good. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece. Oh, it doesn't have volume anyways. I think there's a way I can do that, though. Well, anyway, yeah, that's a bit about it for me. Yeah, so... Oh wow, I dropped 1,890 frames, or 1,890 frames. Very good. Love you, my suddenly unstable internet connection that can barely handle like half of the fucking bitrate I was throwing at it before. I had to turn it down even further after we started. But yeah, so... Yeah, that's a big good for now. Stanley Parable 2, or, Ultra Deluxe is... I mean, yeah, there's, like, you know, more endings. He did have a lot more with... Yeah, he did obviously have, like, the new content, like the museum and the sets. But obviously, a lot more new endings now involving the bucket. I wonder if there's anything even tracking.
Stanley stood for a long time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
Thank you for the interruption. Oh yeah, so, I mean, for like an expansion, it's alright. You get to hear more stuff, have some different interactions, obviously a lot of self-commentary on, like, sequel stuff, considering we're on the Stanley Parable 3. Grilled hole puns. But, yeah, at the very least, if you did own the Steam release of Stanley Parable, you did get a discount on this one, so that's good.
Stanley stood for a long time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go
I thought there was a
without
second
dying.
one.
So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
No, I want to live in here. Well, anyway. Oh yeah, that's be good for now. Yeah. Yeah, thank y'all for watching, and yeah, we'll, see y'all next week for... Well, possibly next week, who knows what I'll be feeling then, but... We'll, see you again at some other date. Oh yeah. Y'all have a good night. See ya, and sir.